Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. That entails doing everything from printer assemblies, sort of like the Flying Bear Reborn 2 here, to full printer builds like any of the Vorons behind me, to prototyping, which was the 0G Mercury 1 build here. The trad rack, trad rack sitting right here. So hey, welcome on in. Hey, Pez Liz. Hey, KB3D Chris, Timor, Zisso. Welcome on in, everybody. So today, we've had a couple of things that happened today. Number one, the Flying Bear Reborn 2 here chewed on its first ABS filament today. Yes, we needed some parts. We needed to print out some parts for the build today. And I just happened to have some KVP Sparkle Blue. So I went ahead and dried that out overnight, and we threw some parts on there and printed out the parts that we need for today's build. So with that, today is going to be working on... Oh, hey, Papa Bear Yelnats, welcome on in. Today we are going to be working on our EnderXY, which is a Ender 3 CoreXY conversion kit from Adativa 3D. For those of you that are familiar, this is the same company that did the Ender 3 to belt printer conversion that we did not too long ago. Hey, Tripod, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for jumping on here and catching a stream. We've just been checking things out and chatting. Some of the printers have been up and running. The Kyber Dragon over here has been printing some toys for tots, printing out penguins in Polymaker Starlight Mercury. I did have some penguins going on over here in Xyltech Cobalt Blue, but I decided I wanted to try ABS on this, hence why we've got the tent on it. And from what I can tell, once I adjusted the Z offset, which will be a little bit different when you're printing different temperatures between PLA and ABS, you have to adjust that first layer. And I think these parts came out really nice. So we'll be using these on the build today. You didn't break an end mill just now? Well, that's always good. Yeah, it's always funny. I go out to use my Shapeoko 3 XL CNC, and the hold down clamps, I've got screws that have like cuts out of them, and that's the indication that Miss Dragon was out there running a project, and she's come upstairs like almost in tears because she was trying to work a project and just things kept going wrong. And I get down there and it's just I think like a procedural order thing, and I'll walk her through it and get the cut going and she'll be okay. But then when it comes to the laser, I pretty much told her, this is yours. You're going to teach me, which she's run several things on the laser and she hasn't taught me anything yet. So I'll have to watch a lot of Tripod Garage videos to figure it out. You got 5 pounds of onions. Dear God, what are you doing with 5 pounds of onions, Pez? Gracious. Okay, so we looked at this a little bit on the last stream. So I'll say we got the deluxe kit, all right? And by that, let me bring up the browser window here. We'll change from the assembly menu over to the actual Chrome browser window. And so what we've got here is the Ender 3, actually that was the resources, so CoreXY kits. The Ender 3 CoreXY kit. there's a base kit, and this is the kit only, which means it's just all the parts you need to do the actual conversion. And that kit comes in at $258. Apparently they have the blue, I believe, yeah, the blue color and a red color for the anodized parts. And we looked at those. Very good quality on the part anodization. So that comes out really nicely. My sparkle blue is probably going to be, you know, a little bit off on color, but trying to match anodization or an anodized part with a printed part is going to be hard to do. Yeah, so thank you for the for gifting Tripod a sub, Chris. I appreciate that. And yeah, Ohm3D is my is the like streamer bot or night bot or whatever. It's the bot that I use to help drive the stream here. So anyhow, the standard base kit is $258, and then you can add on a couple of different things. So you can add on the H2 V2S direct drive extruder, and that brings it to $318. Or you can do a base kit with an SKR Mini if you want to try and go silent drivers versus the standard Creality kit, and that'll be $298. Or the whole shebang. So what we have here with the silent board and the H2 V2S extruder winds up being $338 shipped. So yeah, it is a nice stream bot. It is pretty well behaved unless you're Chewy. I think it was Chewy. There was somebody that it auto-modded hard, and it was almost like I had to crank it back a couple of notches to, it was just like auto, yeah, Chewy, yeah. Imagine that, Chewy getting auto-modded. You'll see me drink a lot of coffee on stream, and in fact, when Mrs. Dragon gets here, Tripod, you will see your cup on stream again because, actually, let me go down and grab that. She's supposed to be bringing me my Dunkin' streaming run when she gets home. So let me get pre-positioned with my coffee cup here. I keep telling Chris if he gets me a KB3D coffee cup, it'll be featured on stream all the time because we like to drink our coffee. So thank you once again, Tripod, for getting me and Evil Diesel a coffee cup on Sunday before you headed out. That was very nice of you. I appreciate it. But like before, we've got a big bag of all kinds of sundry bits and bobs. This is going to have all of our screws. I see a fan, probably like a motor mount, some tensioning springs, some bearings. So we'll have to get that out and sort it out. We've also got some cables because we're probably going to have to redo some cables when we do this because motors are going to change positions. A lot of individually packed anodized parts and some additional extrusions and motors. So I believe we're going to replace several of the motors with more standard size variants that are a little bit bigger and will have a little bit more oomph. And I like that these are actually labeled as Adativa 3D, and they are 1.3 amp, 0.42 Newton meters. Focus. You can do it. You can focus. There we go. Okay. So these are going to be a little bit better motors than some of the other motors that'll come with the Ender 3 kit that may be a little anemic when you're trying to run them in a high-powered CoreXY system. Safe trip, Chris, and we'll see you in a little bit once you're back on. You know me, I'll stream long. Whoops. The funny thing that Own 3D, so whenever somebody goes lurk, it just throws a statement out there. There's a couple of different ones that it picks from. And Mrs. Dragon, I think it was Westery, went in lurk mode, and my wife happened to look up and she saw it say like Westery 1 dropped a filament spool and is undoing a huge tangle. And after the stream, she's like, oh my God, did she get that huge tangle out? And I was like, yeah, it's just a canned message that the system throws out there. But she has seen me drop a spool, and the sheer horror that comes from having a spool partially unwind on you. So it was just funny to see her pick up on that. I'm just going to take this box and sit it right next to me, because we're going to have to dig through a few things here and there to include the other box over here, which is going to be our donor Ender 3. I think I opened this up just to make sure that it looked like it came well packed, and that was about it. I've got 2 or 3 of these downstairs that I ordered specifically to do little projects like this. So yeah. Hey, Lucas Player, 1910, welcome on in. You don't get a dunk and run when you stream? Well, yeah, it's weird that my wife actually does that all the time, because she knows I get off work and then I almost immediately go into streaming. So she'll try and do a dunk and run and bring me some coffee for the stream. Oh, definitely tripod. Definitely. Yeah, I try and do anything I can with the death racers, and if one of mine was actually up and running, I would have let him run it if need be. I was just talking about that with the Free Heathen, is we may have death racers that are built, I'll say, to operational guidelines that we can hand over to a little kid if we needed to let them have fun and race. And then we may have other death racers that will just not be run for any prize whatsoever and just be used to have fun and run around with. So, like I said, we've got all kinds of fittings here. I'm just going to kind of lay them out so that they'll be easy to identify the labels on as we're going through. And I will take a couple of things and just toss it up on the desk over here, because I don't think we'll need them right away. Kind of like, fans and some more cabling that can go over there. But we'll keep all of our E-motor brackets. We'll put the tensioning brackets over there. Foot pads might happen sooner. Belts and zip ties we'll put off to the side for right now. Bed springs. Okay, we'll move a few things over there, give ourselves some desk space, and figure out what we need to work on first. So let's change our view over here to the PDF manual. There we go. See if I can't get some things reorganized on my screen here. All right. Awesome. Pigment princesses are perfect for coffee runs. Oh, apparently I wasn't I wasn't scrolling down through chat. Hey, K2 Kevin, welcome on in. Team trumpets for the truck. Yeah. Hey, Diapapaleta. It's your birthday. Can you say Achisi Few? Sure. Welcome in and happy birthday. Thank you for joining in. Hey, Build Over Bot. The red carpet and horns for the pickup. There you go. Yeah. Okay, so we do have a pretty decent assembly manual here. It's going to start off with just walking you through the table of contents, what's included in the kit, any additional printed parts you'll need, required tools, and then it starts with disassembling the Ender 3. It's disassembled. I think we're good right now. So we'll be able to just start right with preparing the frame and building up. And we'll disassemble any other parts as we need to through the build process. So we get a congratulations for purchasing the EnderXY conversion kit, inclusion of high quality CNC metal parts. And I will say, yes, I'm pretty impressed with the CNC parts that come in these kits. It includes all the required metal parts and additional hardware necessary to complete the assembly. Yes, we get plenty of little baggies that we'll have to dig through to find our right screw sizes and stuff, but we will run through that and make do when we need to go through there. There are some files that we'll need to print, and primarily the stuff that we're going to be printing is for the Endstops. So serves as a comprehensive, easy to follow guide, providing you with step-by-step instructions. Hey, 491 Phantom, welcome on in. Uh-oh, we got a raid from, what is that, the Free Heathen Workshop. Hey, Free Heathen, welcome on in with a party of 21. Thank you very much. Hey, Avidus. Yeah, raid. Welcome on in. How's it going, Free Heathen? Funny meeting you here. Funny meeting you here. So what's the purpose of this kit? And it's to provide enhanced performance. So once you've successfully done the conversion to a CoreXY, you should be able to get better or faster printing speeds because your bed and all that weight's not moving front to back. It's just going to be going up and down, and it's going to be very well supported. Hey, Stephen Poole, welcome on in. Yep, 491 Phantom. Heathen sent us. Yep, the heathens just keep on rolling. Super long stream, 5 hours. You'll go lay down. Okay, Free Heathen. Well, before you do that, let me do this. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Digital Dragon. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? Well, it means we do everything from printer assemblies like the Flying Bear Reborn 2 to printer mods, also like the Flying Bear Reborn 2, which has been clipperized and had a few mods to it, to full up machine builds like the 0G Mercury 1 or some of the Borons over here on the other side. I am also a prototyper, so I helped prototype the 0G Mercury 1. This is a full frame build, enclosed 0G Mercury 1 that's in open beta right now, to various prototypes of the Trad Rack, which is an MMU, like a Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder MMU type system. And we also do some cosplay. So I've been known to also prototype and print some files by our one and only Free Heathen Workshop. This is Jack. It was printed in a tricolor filament from, I believe it was Sliceworks. And you may have seen some pictures of Jack running amok at a show called Earth recently. So there we go. There we go. Let's see. Awesome, awesome. Hey, Ram Online. Good seeing you again. Good seeing you. Yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. We've just been kind of going through. We are starting the build of our Ender3 CoreXY conversion. And that's where we're going to take a donor Ender3, which we still have in a box. I didn't even bother to build it because the first thing we're going to do is tear it apart. So leaving it in parts is probably the best thing for us right now. We're just kind of going through and talking about what's in the box and what we're hoping to get out of this. So we have talked about the enhanced performance of taking a Cartesian bed flinger and making it a CoreXY system, which should give us faster printing speeds. We do need to talk about some additional parts that we need to print. We're going to need an Endstop bracket, which is this part right here, printed in KVP Sparkle Blue ABS. A Y Endstop bracket. A Z Endstop bracket. And limit switch. A power supply bracket. So this will hold our power supply and provide a little bit of extra sturdiness to it. And it doesn't call it out here. I believe it will later on. But we also have a mounting bracket for the Biqu H2 V2S extruder. Now I will say one of the things is this kit comes with the Biqu H2 V2S extruder. And some of you will know when we did the Ender3 belt printer conversion that rather than use this version of the extruder, we used the Revo edition on that printer, and we gave this one away. Well, in like fashion, because we cannot leave anything stock for long, we're not even going to build this 100% stock. Instead of using the H2 V2S, we are going to go straight to the H2 V2S Lite. And this will be a lighter tool head, which should help us with input shaping and getting a little bit faster speeds, as well as you'll notice a different melting zone here. This is a M4 threaded nozzle. So think Volcano, but instead of being an M6 threaded size, this is an M4 threaded size. And they're claiming that this gets like well into 40 millimeter cube per second. So we will have to see. We'll have to give that a shot and see. Which means at the end of this build, we will be doing a giveaway for the Biqu H2 V2S extruder. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it works out, Zombie, as well. Because I was talking to Big Tree Tech out there, and the H2 V2S Lite extruder is 90 bucks. To get the H2 V2S Lite Revo edition, it's 240 bucks. So it's a little bit harder of a pill to swallow just to get into a Revo, but because it's a high flow design, it actually has the high flow heater and a high flow nozzle for the Revo. And that's where the price jumps, I'll say, a little bit more. But we'll get into that a little bit later. Tools we're going to need is some Allen keys, adjustable wrench, measuring tape, flat file, sandpaper, calipers, metal ruler. Yeah, we've got all those right here at hand. And we start with disassembling the Ender3. And quite honestly, I'm going to kind of blow right through this because we're pretty much disassembled and in the box. And the part where we're really going to have to start paying attention is when we get down here to the base and have to take the bed off, because that's where we're going to start. Looks like we have an ad break getting ready to come up. So this is the part that we're going to have to start with, is removing the whole Y assembly. So that's what I'll do, is dig that out of the box and we'll get started. Should be all I need. There we go. That there. So this is the standard EnderXY broken down. We do have standard quality hot end. We will pull that stuff out here a little bit later on. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and take the build platform off. And this is just a standard, I'll say it's kind of like a build tack material that's looks to be attached to some type of like Garolite. And yes, this is a used one. I got this off of eBay. I tend to order these used off eBay because I've got just about everything I need to upgrade them anyhow. And they don't stay as EnderXYs for that long, if at any length of time. That, and I love it because I get a free collection of binder clips to use for things. We're going to start with just flipping this over so that we can undo. Here's the other binder clip. So that we can undo the two bolts here and take the whole Y axis off. Hey, Pop Bear Yell Nats. Let's see what we got. Does anyone ever just use the EnderXY anymore? So I'll tell you this. I have an EnderXY. It used to. Let me. I had an EnderXY that sat in the corner over here, and I used a Wham Bam pop-up tent, and I printed everything. I've got well over 4,000 hours on that printer. It has been heavily modified over the years, granted, but just recently that printer, actually recently as in when we got back from Earth, Easel Diesel took the EnderXY that used to sit in this corner and the Prusa, the last Prusa Mark III I had here at the house that has an MMU2 on it. And I still kept all my MMU2 lines down here because my plan will be to put an MMU3 on the Prusa Mark IV, which needs to get turned on now that I'm back and start printing some more Toys for Tots stuff. Yeah, and when I say heavily modified, let's see. Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3 V3. Micro Swiss all metal hot end with a 0.6 hardened steel nozzle. Sherpa Mini and direct drive setup. Pendaprobe that is literally just attached to a bracket that is screwed. Whoops. Attached to a bracket that is, there we go, that's screwed to these side vents. Works perfectly, by the way. Oh, hey, look, they left us some filament in here. That's awesome. Good thing I'm not going to use that. Dual Z lead screws, dual Y-axis linear rails. In that case, it is one on each side that the bed, because this is a 2040 instead of the 4040. What else? What else? What else? Linear rails on the Y, linear rails on the X, and I had a dual Z linear rail kit set to go on it. And I gave that to Evil Diesel so that he can use that for initial content on his stream when he starts streaming. So we got the bed pulled off. We're going to start working with this base frame, but in order to do that and make it a little bit easier, I'm going to detach the bed wires, so the thermistor and the heater and everything coming from the X bundle, because that will make life so much easier. And I'm just double checking. This is a standard, so yeah, everything comes from the top. Yeah, well, the nice thing is the Ender 3 is great to start with, and you can get it to work and print well. I mean, once again, you're not going to be doing high precision parts for production, like something that you're selling to an industrial customer, right? You're going to be printing things on here for individuals maybe, or you'll be printing things for, you know, like busts and organic things like that. No problems, no worries. But then it's also becomes a modding playground that you can learn so much more through as you grow. So we've got some zip ties we're going to cut here. And once again, we'll have some wiring that we need to remove. So we have the heck with it. We're going to be swapping the board out anyhow. So let's just work on getting all of our wonderful, hey Fotis, how are you doing? Hot snot. So that's the one thing when we did our last printer build and we had to pull stuff off the board on the Flying Bear. Yes, they put some, like, I would say that was probably the entire amount of hot glue that they used to hold all the connectors on that board in. This just came off a single connector. Everything in these Enders is hot glued, and it's just a pain in the butt when you go to start things. I mean, I get it. They're being made in China, thrown on pallets, put on a boat, shipped all the way around the world. It's good from a manufacturing standpoint. It sucks from a maintenance standpoint. Okay. So that's done. We're going to undo all of our motor wires. And because we're going to swap out the board, and I know we're going to have to swap out some of the motor wires, that's why I just made that decision of, nope, let's just go ahead and remove all the wires now. We'll get it out of the way. We'll have less things flapping around in our way as we're doing the build. You want to be careful when you do this, especially if you're using some snips like I am, to make sure that you are not cutting things, that you don't jab the board. All I'm doing is trying to use this to pull it away so that I would be able to get a connector out. And once I get it started, hopefully I can just peel it off the whole road, because they hot snotted the entire length of this set of like 5 connectors here. pair of tweezers. You can use some like needle nose pliers, but really all you have to do is get hold of some of this glue and then try and just pull it off. If you've done any maintenance on an Ender 3 or a CoreXY machine as a whole, you know what I'm fighting with here. Yeah, doing good, Fotis. How are you doing today? How was your travel back home? And that tends to happen on these boards too, which is I just pulled the socket off the board with the JST connector, which is no big deal. You can pull the socket off and just slip it back down over the pins. Wouldn't be that much of a deal if you can line them up. Everything but the display. Back to work as usual. Yep, got it. IPA will break it down, Timor. It's good to know. Again, like I said, we're just getting all these out of the way, and I will say, try and smush this into a ball. That's the amount of hot glue that they used on these connectors. I mean, definitely wasn't going to come loose in shipping, that's for sure. And of course, we got a couple of screw down connectors that we have to undo for all of our power inputs. So, and once again, this is no big deal because we'll be replacing the board, one, and two, the entire hot end assembly will be changing out. So we don't need the connectors to the, or the, all the wiring and stuff to the hot end. That's just not going to get used in this build. And if you all watch Chuck Hullebuck on YouTube, his Chuck channel, you'll see that these boards are still useful. And most of us have, if you've done any upgrades or anything to an Ender platform or any CoreXY platform, you probably have a couple of these boards sitting around that can be reused in other projects. So I will need to take off this fabric tape, which is always fun to try and find the end of. I was going to try and make it nice, but I'm just going to cut it off. Make sure you don't cut any wires when you're doing this. And the reason we're trying to take this tape off here is just to give us access to our wiring so that we can take all the tool head wiring or all the wiring that falls on the floor. So our entire tool head we're just going to set to the side because we're not going to need it. The power plug we'll probably need, and some of these other cables we may need to reuse. But I do know that we just needed to have our base to get started with. And because we're going to replace the board, I'm going to physically replace the board for right now. Okay. Yeah, IPA. I didn't know that IPA would dissolve that glue, but that does make sense because, yeah. Yeah, dinner and drinks with Chip on Friday. Yeah, he is an Ender whisperer, and he actually started with just a straight up electronics channel. Hey, Creatix Brit, how are you doing tonight? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Am I missing one? Yes, right there in the middle. Hey, Shaudel, how are you? Welcome on in as well. And for those of you wondering, this is a Creality 4.2.2 board. So, yeah, come on. Focus, no. Okay, take my word for it. It's Creality 4.2.2 board. I'll set it aside and toss it in there with the rest of my Creality boards. And we will grab our SKR Mini E3 V3 and put it in there. We did double check. We do have the rubber ducky. So we'll have the rubber ducky here keeping us company. And since the SKR Mini E3 V3 is a drop-in replacement, it's just going to go right back in the same spot. Make sure that your connectors line up. And put your screws back in. Deep fried turkey. That sounds good. There's one up there in the front corner. Nope. Okay, we got our motherboard swapped out. We've got the bed assembly removed. we'll have to work with this a little bit more in another step. We can probably put our cover back on. Once I figure out where I put it. I'm not going to bother to plug the fan back in yet because the cover might come on and off a couple times. But I do want to protect my board so I don't drop anything on it or in it when we're doing this. This is adopted from ERF. So this project is a Ender3 to CoreXY conversion by Adativa 3D. It's the same people that made the Ender3 belt conversion that we did on stream a little while back. And Scott from Edge of 3D brought this to me, and he was going to ship it to me. He had offered to ship it to me a while back because I believe it was Timor wanted to see this built, and he wasn't going to build it on stream. So he said he'd send it to me, and I was like, yeah, sure, not a problem. Content's great. So right now we're just getting started with it. So you take the bed frame or the Y-axis and bed off. And we're going to start preparing the frame for the build. And here's where we're going to need a couple of our anodized pieces. So we'll dig through the box and find the appropriate pieces that should be in here. There's the other side. So we're looking for the P3 left and the P3 right brackets to the original bottom frame as shown in the next picture. We'll need some M5 by 8 screws. There's some M5 by 8 button heads, some M5 spring nuts, M5 spring nuts. And we'll need a couple of other brackets in a moment. So we'll go ahead and open these up and get these out. So yes, this was a project that was adopted at ERF. We also have a Voron 0.2 S1 kit. It's an LDO kit provided to me by KB3D. That is a donated / sponsored build for a maker in need in the community. And while we're doing those two builds, I need to go through a box of parts that's down. So here's the LDO kit. And then there's a box of parts down here that I got from Chewy, which is one of my followers. And he has asked if I could put that together for him, which of course I said, yeah, no problem. So we just have to go through and inventory what parts are there and what parts I'm going to need to acquire so that we can continue the build. So these are going to go on these outer edges like this. And I'm going to have to put in 3 M5 spring nuts. I'm so glad they did. I'm so glad they went to M5 and so glad that they're providing spring nuts versus like the hammerhead T-nuts. I mean, standard Creality frames, these are going to kind of sit in there loosely. They're not going to spring and hold as they should, but it's a lot better than fighting with hammerhead nuts and trying to get those to actually twist in if you've ever dealt with those. Yeah, you finally met Chewy this weekend? Oh, you're welcome, K2. And for those of you that were following along, K2 Kevin did pick up a Rook printer at Earth. He was gushing over my printers, so I let him take one home. And I sent him the files that he needed because he was going to have to redo the Raspberry Pi and the Clipper install, because I had a special password on it that I wasn't going to tell him. But I did send him the files over today, like the printer config and macros file. And once he put re-imaged the Pi with Mainsail OS, uploaded those two files, everything should have been up and working for him. So all I'm doing here is putting in 3 T-nuts with M5x8 screws to hold this bracket down. I'm not tightening it all the way down because these are slots, so it can slide a little bit side to side. And I want to keep that slide ability for now. Hey, maybe I should fix this before I get too much further. Because I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to rock that much. Yeah, so, you know, there's people that use printers, there's people that build printers, there's people that can, you know, do the basic assembly of a printer. And there's nothing wrong with any of those types of people. It's just, you know, like I do these builds because it kind of helps me calm my nerves and relax from the day of work. Because I sit behind a desk and work on a computer all day doing cybersecurity stuff. And, you know, it's just good to get out and do some things with my hands every once in a while. Mrs. Dragon wants me to, you know, get out and do things in the yard and, you know, like stuff like that. But she lets me do this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to undo, or not undo, but we're going to loosen up the 4 through bolts that go through this frame. 2 on each side, and even right now you can see that it's already down, sitting pretty close to flat. I want to undo all 4 of these. Set this down and let everything balance itself out. And then I'm going to push down right at the center point. And I'm going to slowly tighten these up. You don't want to crank any one down. You just want to like snug them up, because they've got lock washers on them. So you snug them up and then slowly torque them down. Because what happens is when you start doing these all at once, or I'm sorry, you take one of these and you do it all at once and torque it down, and then you go through and do the rest, you're actually inducing a twist in the frame. That's why just take your time when you snug these down, and you should wind up with a squarer frame than you started. So we got no rock left, and everything's nice and tight again. Now, we are going to have to pop these brackets off, these little Endstop brackets. And I'm going to use a screwdriver to pry that off because I've already started to bend one of my nails back today, so no need to continue down that path. These are just plastic end caps, so we're just going to pry these out. Because what we're going to need to do is bring these right to the edge and make them flush when we screw these down. And I think we want it flush against the edge here and to the front. So let me grab a new CoreXY screwdriver set, and that'll give me a good vertical. And what else do I want to use for the front? Let me grab my 1, 2, 3 blocks for the front. Do these builds long enough, 1, 2, 3 blocks or whatever other size equivalents come in handy. Hey, Royal Nomi, welcome on in. How are you doing today? I hope today you're feeling a little bit better than you did yesterday. I just hear my door open up, so give me 1 second to go grab my Dunkin' Run coffee. Thank you. Thank you much. The Dunkin' Run. Most of us already been put over here, which the Yeti will keep it nice and warm. We've got our donut holes. Apparently one was sampled on the way in. Okay. And then we're just going to take the rest and pour it into our tripod garage cup because that's how we roll. And we'll do this until I spill a cup of coffee everywhere. And then we'll go back to using cups with lids that close. I just realized I stick that over there and it's covered up by the let's see if we can move this to the other side. That one. And move that one over here. Cover me up some. Okay, so we're going to use our 1, 2, 3 block at the front to keep it flush with the front. We're going to use our little CoreXY screwdriver holder to keep it flush to the side when we go ahead and screw this down. So take our 3mm and we'll lock the front down. And just work our way back. There we go. Feels good. Do the same thing over here on the other side. We'll just use our Creality to kind of give it the edge. Our 1, 2, 3 block to flush up the fronts against the front face there. Work our way back. And there's our front edge, our first couple of pieces put on there. Now we'll have to grab the other plates. And it says flip the frame and install the P5 brackets as shown on the next step. So we're going to flip this over so that we're kind of matching their setup there. Well, now Pezliz, you got to be careful there because, you know, Chris from KB3D will vouch for this. We went to the Aberdeen Diner. The food was good. The colored scorched water was not. That took all the doctoring they had at the table and then some. Yeah, as you can see, this is just, I think we get like an extra large with 2 sweet and low or Splendor or whatever the hell they have in it. You're not a coffee girl, Royal Nomi? Oh yeah, that's true. The heartburn and stuff. Yeah, so it's weird, Stephen Pohl. Like, I prefer Dunkin' coffee and Krispy Kreme donuts. But I really can't do the donuts too much anymore. And then I normally make coffee at home, and I use the Keurig pods, but I use a regular and a decaf to make my normal size cup of coffee here. And I buy from a company called Black Rifle Coffee Company, and they actually will give for every order that you buy, they will send a like amount downrange to soldiers deployed around the world. I'm just trying to find the other end piece. Oh, there it is. So we've got our 2 P5 pieces here. Well, here's what I'll say. Krispy Kreme donuts are made in the store. You can watch them being made. You can watch them go under the glaze fountain. Your Dunkin' Donuts are made somewhere else. They're brought in frozen, they're thawed, and they're reheated. So there you go. I had a extremely underwhelming, was it coffee roll at Dunkin' before I left Maryland. It was quite disappointing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get these started because we're going to have to do some measurement to get this into the right place. So I'm just going to get them loosely on there so that they're biting into the threads of the Rollin' T-nuts. Can still be moved around. And these are basically going to be the brackets for the uprights. So the two holes that are close together overhang on the outer edge. Okay, and what we're looking for is to have 65 millimeters to the front of the printer and 145 to the back. Now you'll notice that they don't have the rubber feet on there. So we'll probably want to take these off now while we still can rather easily. It does come with 4 feet, so we will put feet on it. And we'll be able to clean up that residue with some other stuff here a little bit later. My light, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, I was a big Folgers person back in the day. I actually like Folgers better than Maxwell House. Maybe that's just because that's what my parents were drinking, so that's what I grew up drinking when I started drinking coffee. But yeah, you can make donuts at home, and they're probably going to be a lot better for you than you would get at a Dunkin' Donuts. That's for sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the back here, and I'm just going to slide this forward until I get my 145 millimeters from the back. And I'm just going to lock 2 of those down. And then we'll check our fronts. And our fronts, once again, should be 65 millimeters. And both of them are 65 millimeters, so we can lock them fully on there. Once again, we use 3 nuts and 3 M5x8 screws. So we're now going to have the bottom frame with brackets, which is this piece. 2 2040 aluminum extrusions that are 400 millimeters long. And I'm not sure if those are going to be those have to be from the original kit because they are not in the box with the Adativa equipment. Go down to the bottom layer here. We want two 240 that are 400 millimeters long. That's these two here. We'll need two, oh yeah, there we go. It says they're original, and two 2020s that are 412 millimeters long. And that says it's from the kit, so we're looking for something that's just a scooch longer. And that would be these two here. And then various bolts that'll get called out along the way. And all the bolts are from the kit. So install stock 2040 aluminum extrusions with M4x8 countersunk screws and M4 spring nuts will be used. Left and right sides must be assembled. Extrusions doesn't really need to be correspondent to their original positions. Repeat process on the opposite side. I don't know what that language actually means. So it takes M5x8s from the bottom, and then we'll use M4 spring nuts and M4x8 screws to go in from the side here. Yeah, probably not, Bob. We probably would not trust you in the kitchen. And yes, these are, so these are tapped at both ends. And what it was trying to say there as far as left and right must be assembled, extrusions doesn't really need to be correspondent to the original position. What that means is normally this would be the front of your printer, which means your power supply used to sit right here, which means this would be the power supply one. So this one would have been on this side and had the holes for the power supply, which would have been more like that. What they're saying is you don't need to worry about the extra holes that are in the rail portions here. It just needs to be tied in from the bottom, and then we'll come in from the front here and use T-nuts. So I'm going to set this on its side. Grab a couple of our M5x8s here. And once again, this is the front, that's the back. So I will at least put my screws towards the back so they may not be as noticeable. And I'm going to get this close, but I'm not going to fully lock this down yet. Because I do want just a tiny bit of wiggle room as we start to do the M4 nuts on the other side. So I'll flip this over and get the other side going. And once again, this has the two screws on the bottom for the Z motor from the original kit. I'm going to put that down so it'll be covered up as much as possible and just not be as, it's more from an aesthetic thing of trying to hide them as much as possible. Well, that was good. Where'd that go? Okay. Just order your Dunkin' Pods from Amazon. See, I reminded you, you need to get those. Yeah, exactly. As long as you all do all the tasks that need to be done and you all don't dislike the same things, you should be good. Okay, so we got the uprights started in with the two M5 by 8s, right? Now we're going to come in with the M4 spring nuts. There's our M3s. There's our M4 by 8s that we're going to need. Spring nut. M4 spring nuts. And it looks like it only calls for 2 on each side, so we'll drop these down in there, and actually I'm going to put this on its side because I have a feeling that these aren't going to go in and, shall we say, spring lock in like they should. So this way it'll let me push it down in there. And of course my drivers are magnetized, so let me go get one of these started. 4, 3. That one there. And what this will do, since these are countersunk screws, is they should help align everything, because they're countersunk screws going into a countersunk frame piece, and that will align this front to back some so that I can tighten down the M5 by 8s at the bottom. So I don't want them fully tightened just yet, but I want them close. We'll go ahead and fully tighten the bottom in. And then we can come back and fully tighten these down. Then we'll flip it over and do it on the other side. Once again, I'm putting the spring nut in with the hole because the holes are all set. I'm going to put the hole at the bottom. Push it down in there to where it lines up with my countersunk hole piece. Get it sort of tight and then back it off a little bit. We want it sort of snug but still able to move, because that will, like I said, help align the the extrusion front to back, because the your through holes at the bottom are a little oversized, so that rail can move ever so slightly in the rail. So we're basically using the countersunk screws, to kind of align it front to back. Then we can come in here and tighten it fully to the bottom, which is in the up and down direction. We'll pull it down tight against the base. Then we'll come back in and finish tightening it against the side to side in the frame. Next, mount the 2020 aluminum extrusion using M5 by 20 screws and M5 spring nuts to the bottom of the frame. These are our two 2020s from the kit. We'll have to remove the plastic off of them. Nomi safety cones? Oh yeah, definitely. Hey Mechaform, welcome on in. Thank you for coming on in. Stephen Poole, thank you for sending someone over to the channel. I appreciate that. Okay, so it sounds like Mechaform has an Ender 3. And I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but this kit works with the Ender 3 original, the Ender 3 V2, and the Ender 3 Pro. I'm assuming it would pretty much work on any of the others as well, except some of the newer ones I think aren't coming with the V rails. I think they're coming with closed sides, and I don't know if those are just like covers or if they're actually flat-sided parts. So we have our uprights, and our uprights have through holes on them, and you can see there's some swarf in there. So we need to get that cleaned out. And there's a side that's been properly drilled. So this would be the side that the heads of your bolts are going into. This would be the side that would go up against the frame. But what we need to do is try and get some of that burr material out. Because if we don't, it could foul our threads and give us all kinds of problems. Luckily, it's thin aluminum, so you should be able to just break it off. And we'll just get down in there. Not in the way I need it to, so we'll have to hope that our M5 by 20s work. And we're going to be using M5 by 20 button head screws and M5 spring nuts. And these look like they're going to go right at the ends. So it looks like we'll have 2 screws that'll come in from the inside this way into it. And then we'll have the 2 that are coming in this way with the M5 by 20s. So I'm going to set this on its side just to make life a little bit easier for me. Raise you guys up a little bit. And once again, I'm setting it on its side because these extrusions are notorious for these, so they don't sit in and spring up there. They're too deep is what it is. So if these were like a Masumi channel, these spring nuts would be held in place where you put them. And if you're lucky, you might be able to move them side to side a little bit. And we'll drop these down here and you'll see how nicely that the head of that bolt drops in there. Okay, and we're going to use our 3mm. Going to get it close to fully snug, back it off a little bit, line it up for the next one. Come on. Okay. What we need to do is make sure that we're flush to the front and to the base. So we're going to grab our 1, 2, 3 block again. We're going to use that to hold it flush to the front of the machine. I'm barely getting it tight so that I can also check the bottom here. Good there, good at the front, good at the bottom. Now I'm just going to slowly tighten these up, make sure nothing moves. Move down just a tad bit, so I'm going to loosen these up. Once again, a CoreXY system is only going to be as good as your frame. So you want to make sure your frame is as square as possible. When you build it. Because if you don't, you'll be chasing racking issues the whole time. So we've got that side done. I'm going to go around and do the other side. Same thing, same way. It's going to be a little more steady now since I have 2 vertical pieces there. So grab a couple of our 2020 spring nuts. Get these in place. Clear out any of that wharf material. I will say that that burr is a little annoying. I would have liked to have seen that taken care of at the factory, but it's not too hard to clean up. Just be cognizant. I'm going to turn this a little bit so it's easier for me to get to these screw holes. I'll drop one in and use that to line it up and get it started. Once again, to start with, we're just trying to get initial things lined up, and we'll worry about squaring it next as we get them close to where they just start to snug up. We'll crack them just back a little bit so that it can move. And then we'll use our 1, 2, 3 block to line everything up. And just slowly tightening it up so that I can see and feel for any tiny shifts as the screws get, as you screw your bolts in, just that action could cause it to shift one way or the other. So it's really good to have your 1, 2, 3 block there and possibly even have it clamped to the end to keep things aligned properly. Those are good. We're going to set that up, and it was showing doing some M4s here at the front, but it hasn't told me. There we go. Well, I guess they're more. They're M5x8s with spring nuts on these sides. So once again, we're gonna use gravity as our friend. Let me get these little aluminum flakes out of the way before I embed those in my hand by sticking my hand there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to set this down like this. Once again, using gravity as our friend. We'll take a couple of the M5 spring nuts. Scooch them down in place. And these spring nuts seem to be aligning a little bit better than the standard Creality frames do, so that's nice. Grab a couple of our M5x8 bolts, button head screws. and tighten these in. And using these, using these aluminum brackets versus like a printed bracket for most of these, it's going to make this frame really, really rigid. And, like I said, if you build it square, it's going to be rock solid as you go through and do this build. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell how nicely that one sits in there, and it has no chance of rolling in the frame. Okay, so there we go. You got a P1P with the extra blower fan, Stephen Poole. Hey, Nick, welcome on in. Welcome on in. You definitely can never have enough printers. Funny story. I gave a Rook, Gold Dragon. I gave that Rook to K2 Kevin at the show. So I went with 6 printers. I gave one away, and I picked up 3 printer projects that came home with me, and a 4th one that'll be coming shortly. Well, FISEC has one, and it's funny because they came out with it right after Chaotic Labs did theirs. So Chaotic Labs has one as well. This is our base now that we got those put in. And it looks like we've got another bracket that goes on the front 2040s here. And those brackets look like these ones with this angle in the front. So it looks like the angled piece goes out. So this would be on this side. And the other one will go over on this side. Once again, it looks like it'll go something like this. So we're going to use M5x8 screws and M5x8 spring nuts. There will be 4 of them. So we're going to use our gravity as our friend again. We'll set it down here. We're going to go on this one. We're going to need M5 spring nuts. And because our holes are fairly close together, I'm lining them up in such a way where the holes are pointing towards each other. So that'll give me more of an option or ability to get these holes lined up where they need to be. And once again, we're going to go through and we're going to do, just slightly get them started. Get all 4 of our screws started in here, and then we'll figure out what we need to do to line these up and get them going. Now, it didn't actually give us a okay, that's what I was looking for. So there is a cutout in here. We need to line that with the top of the extrusion. Once again, I'm going to use my 1, 2, 3 block at the back side of this to hold it front to back. And I'm going to line this slot up visually. Maybe use my finger as well, my fingernail. Work my way around, snugging it down, and then torquing it in place. And there will be a cross member that's going to go from the back across the top of these, and that'll give us an ability to loosen these back up and align them better if we need to. So not to worry now that we're trying to lock things in. We will have the ability to tweak them down the road a little bit. How's everybody doing tonight? I know a few people on here are still trying to, I'm assuming, get back into the swing of things. Because I hope I'm not the only one that's had it rough this week trying to get back into the swing of work and get caught back up on everything that happened over the week while we were gone and for the weekend while we were gone and stuff. Yeah, see, that's the rabbit hole of multicolor prints there, Stephen, is, yeah, I can do X number of colors. Yeah, but if you add that many colors into a model, it's just that many more color changes, which just takes forever to get done, because that's where a lot of your time is spent, is actually doing the color change sequence with the like the purge, the cut, the purge, the all that stuff. I think there really is a point where doing a multicolor filament print versus a painting, if you're talking about an actual multicolor print, not just hue forge. But yeah, even hue forge, as I saw, it's like, oh, you can have a bunch of different colors. But then, yeah, you've got a bunch of different colors, and that's a lot of filament swaps and everything. Purging, swapping. Now, yeah, like if you could have, like if I can have 7 or 8 colors loaded into a filament changer and only do like a 3, 4, 5 color print, it might be a little bit better. But if you're trying to do 7, 8 different colors, it's going to be pretty rough. Okay, now we're going to need a 2020 aluminum extrusion of 370 millimeters in length. Let me see what all I got in here. We're going to need a bracket with 2 370s, a bracket, and some other fun stuff. So let's get our bracket out. I was thinking these were blue. They were not blue. These actually look like a magenta. Huh. Okay, we're going to take this part of the frame and set it down out of the way for the moment. Yeah, probably not right in the way because I will take a kneecap out. So you found your chair, huh, Chris? It's extra comfortable. I bet it is. I bet it is. Kayak stream. Okay. Yeah, Earth was incredible. This is my first ever Earth. So yeah, there was a lot of goodness to it, and having a table was, I think, that much more. I want to say interesting. Well, yeah, interesting, but you know, you kind of run yourself ragged trying to run a table at shows as well, and still trying to actually take in the show. I think, like Chris said, he really didn't get to anybody else's table and really check things out, except for maybe a couple of minutes before getting, you know, when you get in the morning. So yeah, Printopia 3D Floppy Fest or something. Yeah. So this is a kit by Adativa 3D, otherwise known as Belt Print or Belt3dprinters.com. And let me see about getting a link in chat, you know, and get some swarf off of these as well. So yeah, apparently they, you know, when they drilled these, they didn't bother to get rid of all of the burrs, which is somewhat depressing, but we'll live with it. Okay, got that cleaned off. I need 6 M5x8 screws, 4 spring nuts, bolt holes. Okay, so the bolt hole cutouts. So these are the through holes. These are the head. So these go at the bottom. And I believe we're going to put our M5x8s here and then one straight in through the top, which means this should be tapped at the top, which it is. So this is going to build our frame just like this. So I'll go ahead and put an M5x8 in at each of the tops here, loosely, of course, to get us started and to just help with some alignment. Yeah, he was on a couple streams. He was on a couple streams. I made it on Nero's stream. He walked by. There's a picture of my table, and he makes a statement of, "Yeah, everybody builds Vorons these days," and keeps going. And I was like, "Really, dude?" Like, bust on me like that. Give me some kind of prop. Nah, he's cool. He was running around pretty ragged himself at the show. We're going to set these in there and hopefully be able to push them all the way. Come on. There we go. Push them all the way up there. At least far enough that I can. There we go. Oh God, yeah, that hot tinted water, yes. It really did not do much for any of us. But like I said, at least we had the choice of, I think there was a Starbucks along the way and like 4 Dunkin' Donuts. Like they really like their Dunkin' Donuts up there. Okay, sir, I'll have to figure out a way for you to spend some channel points. I can do that. If anybody can give me some suggestions or want to take the lead on setting that up, let me know. I can make it a channel mod. I think mods should be able to do that. Oh. I don't have all the RGBs or anything like that, so can't do that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. That was pretty funny because I was sitting there starting to watch some of the Polymaker stuff. I was like, how did they even get enough juice to stream at the show? And then you see it was the little boy doing most of the stream. It's like, oh, that's cool. Keep him busy, give him something to do. Was it? I was gonna say Caleb, but his name wasn't Caleb, was it? Okay, so I have these started, and these are good extrusions, so your T-nuts actually ride in them well. So this is going to help keep them this way as I tighten up the ends. But I am going to flip this over and use a 1, 2, 3 block to line these up as I tighten them. Just tighten it up towards the top piece here. Now we're going to tighten these in. That's the one side. Now we're going to do the same thing over here on this side. And all we're doing is just making sure it stays at a 90 degree with a machined 1-2-3 block. Yeah, do a lot of highlighted messages. There you go. That's one way to do it. "3D Fruipy Land." Yep. Yeah, Grayson. There you go. That was the name. Hey, Aaron 3DP, welcome in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will tell you, like, if I'm doing a Voron or a black box or K3 or something, you know, I'm not 100% sure that this is a perfectly squared surface because this is like 1/4 inch particle board with melamine on it, right? It does have some steel straps underneath it, but what I would do is build the frame and then take it downstairs into the kitchen and level it on the kitchen counter, on the granite countertop. I tend to try and do that when Mrs. Dragon's not in the house so she doesn't kill me. So yeah, we've got these screwed in. Now where are we at? Now we're adding this to the overall frame. Awesome. So we'll move these off to the side. Let me get these out of the way again. We'll bring the frame up. And the metal, excuse me. There we go. So our motor mount pieces look to be down and at the back here. So our rails are going to line up with the countersunk screws and it'll be sitting right there. This is sitting down and we're going to go through the top right into our support, I'm assuming. And let's see where we're going to go. We're going to use M4x8 countersunk screws with spring nuts. Yep, that's going to go into our rails up here at the top. M5x8, we're going to use 2 of those, and I'm pretty sure those are going to go right there because there's no spring nuts involved. So we're going to start with the M5x8. I like how it says 4. I don't know where we're going to put 4. I'm not going to tighten this all the way down. I'm just going to get it lined up and started. Going to basically, as we start to get a couple of these in, it should self-align everything. We're going to hope. And they're just a couple turns away from being like turned down here. So we should have a little bit of play on the sides if we need it. We're going to use our M4 spring nuts and M4x8 countersunk screws. Interesting. It says I should have 8, and I don't. Unless I've got more running around. Button heads. So it looks like we're going to be a little short, because we had the countersunks in the front here, and now we've got these, so somehow we got shorted a little bit. No worries, we'll get that figured out. I probably have some extra M4 countersunk bolts somewhere. There we go. Highlighting messages for fun. Yeah, apparently that's about the only way you can use channel points right now, so we'll have to fix that down the road. What I'm going to do, since I'm too short, is I'm going to just do the 2 right over our the 2 at the back, 1 at the front, and leave the other 1 at the front missing for the time being. And I will find appropriate screws and supplement what was in the kit. I don't know if it was a change from like one screw type to another, or what the deal was as to why I'm short, but it could be that a couple of different things. So we'll work with what we have. I don't think it's going to cause a tremendous change in performance with just missing 1 out of 4 screws on each side, but well, that depends, because a lot of kits these days will come with extras. So having some extras left over isn't a bad thing anymore. But like having a size screw that's not used at all, that could be just a change from a CAD drawing or a pre-production or something. Uh-oh. Let me come back up here and see what was going on. Oh yeah, that's why I do it when she's not in the house. Yeah, we'll say it that way. So I'm going to slowly tighten these down, and I'm feeling that it's pretty much lined up. These will kind of self-align in the countersink holes, and it's lining up just nicely with the top of the rail. So I'm just slowly tightening these up. Now, if you really, really wanted to, you are going through aluminum parts into the T-nuts. You could technically go around and put Loctite on every single one of these screws, especially the ones like I'm doing right now that are going down into an extrusion. In fact, that's probably not a bad idea. And what that'll do is it'll help keep them from backing out as you start ramping up speeds. Because the last thing you want to do is look at a printer and see a bolt sitting on the bed or somewhere near the printer and go, I wonder where that came from. Yeah, most kits do include 20 to 25% over bomb. Yeah, I got a lot of extra parts in the LDO kit. Same thing with like if you buy a Voron fasteners kit, because there's so many different versions that are out there and there's so many different ways that you can put it together. You'll wind up with extras here and there. Use Vibratite VC3. Oh, okay. Welcome on in, Edge of 3D. Welcome on in. So we got this kit from Edge of 3D, Scott. Yeah, I did find that we're short a few of the M4x8 flathead bolts. We're like 2 short. Because there's a total of 8 at the top and 4 at the bottom of these. So it needed to be 12. There was only a 10 count bag, which is exactly what it says on the label. So that's been the only issue I've seen so far. And I believe I do have some M4 countersunk screws somewhere over here in the bench stock. So that's not a huge deal for me. I just have to go dig them out. Okay, next up, items from the kit and original parts will be used. 2020 aluminum extrusion, 300, we'll need the 300 millimeter linear rail with slider, various brackets, yada, yada, yada. Okay, great. Okay, the original X-axis bar, we can find that. That would be a top bar. This would be the original X-axis bar. So and chamfer the front side using a flat file or 100 grit sandpaper. Well, that would have been a good thing to know about ahead of time. Like hell, I've got a grinding wheel downstairs that I could have done that with. Still have a bigger file up here. Come over here where I can sit over in front of the garbage can and do this chamfer, folks. I don't want to do this right in front of everybody. Well, not. I want to do it over the garbage can. Let me rephrase that. All right, not bad. Pretty quick. About a 2mm chamfer. Hey, Westry, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, Sarah. Sarah. God, I just showed my age. Okay, so we did the chamfer. And now we need to build our X brackets or XY joints, however you want to refer to them. There we go. That one and one of these funky ones. One of these funky ones and that one. Nice, cool. We got like 4 of those. Awesome, sweet. So we'll need a P7, a P8, and there's 4 of the P8 brackets, so that's good to know. Who are these? 4 of these. Okay. So keep this out of the way for the time being. We've got our bracket with our holes, and the 2 chamfers we just made are going towards the front. We're going to have okay, I get it now. I get it now. So 2 of those, 1 of these on the side. Yeah, it would have been better if I could have gone down and done it nicely on the belt sander. But it's good. It's good. I think it serves its purpose. Okay, so we need M5 by 20s, which we still had over here. And we're going to need some aluminum spacers that are the 8 by 10s. This is where it's probably going to get fun. 2 bolts, 2 spacers, one of these. Of course, I put it on the wrong side. There we go. Now go into a pair of M5 spring nuts. Now, Scott, have you built one of these, or did you just use the one that what's his name built at the show at Rocky Mountain? You just had the one that was built there? Okay. That's what I figured. I didn't think you had actually built one of these. Yeah, it's kind of snug. We'll figure out the spacing in a minute. Right now, I'm just trying to get it put together. So there's the top 2 pieces. We're going to need M5 by 30s. Those are my 20s. M5 by 30s. So these come through at the top here. And we're going to build our bearing stacks as we go. So we'll start with the rearmost one here, which will be the washer. So washer. These are M5 8 outer. So M5 inner, 8 outer, 0.1 inner. I'm sorry, 0.1 thickness. You don't know how to build? Seriously, Scott? You don't know how to build things? Uh-huh. So we're going to put these so that the flange, right? So the flange goes up against that washer, and then the other flange is going to go away from it, and that makes a roller. Now, it's interesting that it says that there isn't a washer in between the bearings. I have not seen one of these on a stream as far as a build. I know he built one at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. That's the one that Scott brought home. We need the 8 by 10 spacer now, which is one of these. We'll throw that at the bottom. Then we'll add our bottom plate. But before I do that, I'm going to want to do the other side. So the other side is going to start with one of our spacers. Then a washer. Pair of flange bearings. Flanges opposing to each other. So one flange towards the washer that we just installed. Now we go one flange away, so we have a rolling surface here. Another washer. And then we'll add in our bottom plate. And then we'll need a couple of M5 lock nuts. M5 lock nuts. Those are M4s. M3s. M5 lock nuts. M5 lock nuts. Anybody. Okay, so second annotation. No M5 lock nuts that I can see. The M5 lock nuts, are they coming off of anything else? Nope. All right. Yeah, there you go. Oh, got your 12-hour workday done, Daddy Wazzy? Yeesh. I don't miss those. So what I'm going to do is, of course, I don't even have any M5 on the bench. So let me sit that down. And I've got I should have some M5, at least nuts, if not lock nuts, over here. Seriously? I do have some M5 standard nuts here. Let's put those on for the time being. And I will continue to look and see if I actually dropped them somewhere. These would be easy enough to swap out for lock nuts down the road. We'll look. So we got that done. We still need to add our M5x8 and spring nuts under the bottom here. So we'll grab a couple more of our M5 spring nuts. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. So far, I mean this is a pretty decent build. Minus a couple of missing. Well, we had the M4 nuts that were missing, or excuse me, not the M4 nuts, M4 English. Come on, Luke. We had some M4 countersunk screws that were missing, and we just wound up with a couple of lock nuts that are missing, unless they're in the label as an M4 bag, but we can make this work. Not the end of the world. That is one side done. I'm going to kind of double check here. M5's coming in from the bottom. We've got our M5 by 30s here with a spacer, washer, bearing, washer, and then the plate, and that's at the front edge. And then the back edge is M5 by 30, washer, bearing, washer, spacer, bolt. So we got one side done. And yep, that's what we look like. Bearing at the top on the outside and at the bottom on the inside. Now it tells us to look at the back, and I don't know if you can see, well, yeah, you can see kind of where that vertical line is, where it starts, goes from the straight and starts to cut. That's what they want us to line up. And mine, believe it or not, are actually lined up. But I'm not going to like really ugga-dugga it down, because this will be our plate to derack our gantry once we mount this in the frame. So other side's going to be basically the same thing. Just kind of follow it in reverse. So we'll have our plate. We'll start with some M5 by 20 bolts. M5 by 20. We'll grab 2 of these. Throw a bunch out of the bag just for the hell of it. $10mm spacers. And then the bottom plate, which will go in that orientation. And then we'll need our pair of our M5 by 20 spring nuts. Yeah. Move this down just a little bit, or at least we'll try to move it down just a little bit. And so that's one of the issues that you'll have, is you see how that that spring-loaded T-nut has rotated in there. That's what you'll get when you're extrusions, and these are the this is one of the creality extrusions. When your extrusion is not to spec, your T-nuts can roll in there like that, which means they don't line up properly. And if you're not careful and you just keep trying to make them work, you will actually you'll damage the threads. There we go. That was a little more painful than it should have been. All right, now we need our M5 by 30 button head screws. We'll need 2 of those. Uh-oh, did somebody miss the bonus payout on things? Put our M5 by 30s through. We'll start off with the back side here, and it's going to be spacer, washer, no, flange side of the bearing, flange away to give us our roller, another washer, and then that will be ready for the bottom plate. On the other side, we're going to start with washer, bearing, flange side to the washer, flange side away to make our roller. We'll need another washer, spacer, and our bottom plate, which will line up nicely with that. And we'll be able to put our M5 nuts on here. And those are M4s. Why couldn't it be like M5 spring leather nuts or M3 nuts that I'm missing? Because I've got those for days. I guess, you know what? Give me 1 second. Let me see if either one of my Voron kits had extra, because I'm not sure if they do M5 lock nuts or not. Negative there. Negative there. And I know I have some now, but they're Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig them out of the bench stock over there because I know where they're at now. So we'll have to wait to get those. So that one's roughly put together, except we need to add our M5x8s back here. A couple of our M5 spring-loaded T-nuts. Okay. We'll double check this one. So the inside's up, the outside's down. So we're good there. Looking at it from the back, and we're pretty much lined up right along the edge there again. So we're good. Now we're going to mount the 300 millimeter linear rail with a slider along this front edge here. We've got in our kit here, we've got a set of lead screws and some linear rails. So that the rails look to have been protected pretty well by sitting on the screws by sitting on the linear rails. They were protected from any mishaps. Now these are probably going to be a hot mess of shipping oil. Just going to wipe these down to get the initial ick off of them. And I do not, these are blackened, so I will be wiping these down with a PTFE based oil. Just to get them protected, because if not, these could start rusting on you. So and yeah, if you're gonna do it, it would make sense to move your electronics out of the hot box. Like my Ender 3, I ran with the MCU in the Wham Bam enclosure, like, just kept it where it should be, and never had a problem, but that doesn't mean that you won't. So it's always good to try and keep your electronics out of the hot box. Now, the Raspberry Pi was out of the hot box, and it was just the cable that went in, but okay, so it looks like we're going to mount a linear rail. All of them are the same size. We're going to mount one of these on there with some M3 by 8 screws. And I'm pretty certain that these are most likely not greased. Dry, dry, dry. So let me grab a glove and the EP2, and we will grease up our balls here. And I know this is the part of the stream that people like. You gotta clean your rods, lube your rods, lube your balls. So what I tend to do here is I'm just going to pull this completely out. I am going to run some EP2 Mobilux and just put a bead of it right across those balls on both sides. And then just take my finger and work it into the races. And you should be able to manually cycle your bearings through with your finger. Just go slow that you don't pull the actual bearings out. All we're trying to do is press the goo in and then move our bearings through the races, because that's what's going to get the grease down into the races, is moving the bearings through their motion. And then we'll add a little bit more and do the same thing. And I have no idea what the brand of these carriages are because they're not marked. And I have found that unless I know for a fact that they are a high wing carriage or a reputable brand, I don't even try and work through a grease zerk. And I had a couple of balls come out there, so let me get them back in the race. That's the nice thing with doing the doing this heavier grease is if a ball does come out, it tends to stay stuck to either your glove or in the grease on the part. Now, if you're Chris, then you just drop your balls all over the place because you're trying to use them as lead weights. And then you got to go like play 500 pickup with balls around the shop. But if you go slow, you should be able to work these through the races and make sure that that grease is getting in there nice and good where you're going to need it to protect the movement and the rails. Yep, glove on. And normally like 2 is enough. 2 passes is enough. We're going to go ahead and do just a tad bit more. Okay, so we'll call that one pretty good. I was about to say, I've got 5 rails. Why do I only have 3 of these? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just do all of these in one shot just to get them done and over with. Yep, turn your head and cough. Exactly. Yeah, because chances are we'll be doing the rest of these very soon anyhow. We'll do the X rail. In order to mount the X rail, we'll have to do the Y rails. And then, of course, we'll have to do the Z rails. So might as well get these out again. Hey, turn your head and cough is a lot better than bend over. Okay. We're just going to work our way through these. And yeah, like I said, they should have grease ports on these, but I have yet to find one where the grease ports are actually working. And like if it says it's a high wind, then yeah, you should have operational grease ports on them. If it's not, yeah, chances are probably not. Oh wow! Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Chris. I appreciate that. Let's see, we got Julash, Damn It, It's Karen, Zombie Hedgehog, Edge of 3D, and Da Vinci just got gift subs. Awesome. Thank you for that, Chris. Is that because I'm playing with lube on stream? You felt the need to like throw dollars or something? Let's pop one out. Let's stick that right back in there. You got all excited? Yep. All right, so now I know what to do when you're on stream. I'm probably going to need to start getting more of this since I've got so many projects in the works. So for those of you that are sort of new here that weren't on the channel or weren't on the stream on Tuesday, we went to Earth with 6 printers. We gave a printer away at Earth, and I brought 3 projects back with me, with another one coming in about 4 to 6 weeks. So we've got a lot on the docket to work on. So we'll have stuff to keep us going through the winter time. One of those projects, thank you to, actually 2 of these projects are thanks to KB3D. One's a donated, sponsored V02 S1 LDO kit that will be for a maker in need. I'm going to build that, and Chris will determine who will get that down the road. I've just been asked to build that box. And then we've got this kit, thanks to Scott from Edge of 3D. And we also have another Voron 2.4 project that one of our subscribers, Chewy, brought to me and asked if I would be able to get it completed for him. Basically, it's sat on his kitchen table for a couple of months, and he just asked if I could get it built for him so he could actually see it running. And I said, well, sure, why not? So got a couple of things to keep us going. Just a couple more. And then somewhere down the road, Chris has, KB3D Chris has graciously, and I do mean graciously, offered me a black box kit to build on stream. So he just finished building one in time for Earth, and that was the first prototype of the 100% bomb kit. There's a few revisions that need to be made, and then I will get the next revision of said kit to build on stream and go through and provide any additional feedback from my experience. Yeah, the black box build is going to be pretty epic. I was kind of joking around with them when we were discussing it at ERF that maybe it's going to be a lot of content stream. It's going to be a long slog build. We may have to throw something into it just to break it up, like an Annex Engineering K3 or something. Something light just to help us make some what feels like progress between the build, so I don't get burned out on it. And yes, I know that the K3 is a pretty in-depth build as well. Still interested in building one of those, so who knows? We may actually do one of those on stream, or possibly even one of the VZ bots. All right, last one. Oh no, I ain't marathoning a black box build, and regardless, it ain't getting done in 48 hours. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to that one. That one's going to be a fun build. It's going to involve some stuff that I've never done, which will be really cool because it'll add some. Because I've never done Duet Electronics and the RepRap stuff, but Evil Diesel has. And like the water cooling stuff, he's got a lot of experience doing water cooling with his PCs and stuff. So I can bring him through for that when it comes time to do that part. So we'll have a little bit of collab time in there with some others. We'll probably have Chris come on every now and then to help me out if I get stuck somewhere. Okay. I think that's good enough. Um, Not that. That over there. That'll go there. Okay. So we've got our rails done. I'm going to wind up getting grease all over my hands because all right, coffee. Yeah, we'll down extra glove and we'll take, we'll just get a little bit of grease on us. So what I do is I put one of my trucks here and then I'll take my rail, get it started and just go real slow. And if you keep just give it a slight wiggle and it'll start going on your carriage and just go real slow, push it through. And once again, you're going to peel off some of your grease on the edge and you're looking to see if any balls come out. And as long as no balls came out, you should be good. Wow, this is there is not much of a preload or anything on these. Hey, Pete, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We just had to clean our rails off and get all of the shipping oil off of them. And now we went through and greased all of the carriages. And now we're just setting these up and getting them ready. So when we start putting them on, we'll probably wind up putting almost all of them on pretty quickly. So, but none of the carriages were greased. There was very, very little machine oil in there. Oops. And there I just got a little overzealous and popped a couple of the bearings out of the race. We get those press back in there. Again, if you go slow, you'll see when you go to push one of these bearings out and you're able to get them back in without knocking them everywhere. And that's the nice thing with the grease is it does help keep those bearings from going flying everywhere. And once again, these rails are kind of a blued or blacked, and I wipe them down with some alcohol to clean them up. And before I go and mount these, I'm going to want to put some, just a light coating of my PTFE oil on them to keep them from rusting. Because these, yeah, we'll just go with, these are not LDO or Berserker or a nicer rail. Hey, how's it going, Major Gamer Geek? Yes, it was nice seeing you at ERF as well. So all I'm going to do is take and just put a couple of drops of oil on here. Because I won't be able to get to the back side once I install them. So I just want to lightly wipe them down just so I can get rid of that flat sheen on them. If I need to put any more oil on them, I will. But I'm just wanting a light coat to keep them from rusting. You can see the kind of stuff that I'm peeling off of these. And this is after I've cleaned them with alcohol. So, yay, fun times. And then we'll do the rest of the rail once we get it installed. And we're going to use 5 M3 spring-loaded nuts. I'm going to go ahead and do 6 because I've got plenty of M3 hardware that I can kind of cover down on if need be. I'm just going to set this near it and try and get my my M3 thing, yeah, thingamabobbers lined up. We'll do like that. 3x8 socket head cap screws. Take this, flip it over. And we're just going to lightly get these started. Just so the heads of the screws fall underneath the top of the rail. Okay, are you in there or not? We're having issues with that one. That's great. So the one thing I didn't see was an alignment tool being called for to align the rail. So we'll have to work on that. Good news is I built enough forons. I've got an alignment rail or an alignment tool for 2020 for an MGN12 rail. Must be centered in the extrusion. So we need to just kind of make sure good line up with the first row, like the outer edge of that spacer on each side, that inside spacer there. Should line up with that on each side. So we'll get that kind of side to side by eyeballs, and then we'll take our M12 2020 alignment tools that we've used on previous builds. This is why you never throw these away. And that should align the rail on the extrusion, side to side, front to back. Now what we're going to do is put some of our tools up so I can find the ones I need to use. There we go. Start in the middle And we're just going to snug it up by hand, apply light pressure, and just use your fingertips. And as soon as it, you feel the change in pressure, just stop, because all we're trying to do is snug them all down initially. And just like I just did, we're going to start from the inside out, and that's going to prevent any type of bow. If you tighten down your ends first and then go into the center, you could actually induce a bow or ripple in your rail. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? Yeah, I decided once I got your printer put together that I didn't like the color scheme, so I completely changed it up. Oh yeah, and I don't know if I printed these off for a Voron or when I put rails on my other Ender 3 or what, but I've got 2020 MGN rails, or excuse me, 2020 12 millimeter for, I think these are for 9 millimeter rails. I've got the 2040 alignment tools. Yeah, the alignment tools, no big deal. We'll want to oil these down as well just to get them coated. Like I said, the goal here is just really to protect the surface, because looking at these, I am pretty sure that these will rust if you do not put a light coat of machine oil or some type of oil on them to protect them. So that's taken care of. It wants you to install the front plate. Now, I'm assuming this front plate would be for sticking with the standard, this would be sticking with the standard hotend, which we're not. We're going to be using a different mounting plate here that will be used for our H2 V2S Lite extruder. So, yeah, we'll hold off on mounting that plate just yet. Install the belt tensioners on each side, on both sides, using P9 bracket. Okay, these are the front edges. So let's get that out of the way. We've got our x-axis here. We'll take these and move them to the side somewhere out of the way. Trying to make room to put our printer back up here. And these are going to be mounted here in the front corners up here. So it'll be these where we've got 3 holes and 2 holes. We'll need our belt tensioners. M3 by 25s. No, M5 by 25s. 45s. 30, 20, 3x8. Then 5x25. And these are going to go on the ends here. It's going to go like that. We're going to need M5 8x8 spacers. Spacers! Got 4 of those here. Then enter. If it fits, it ships. Yep. Okay, so we're going to come down through our metal piece. We're going to add our spacers. We're going to come down and go through the 2 holes at the front of our piece here. And we need some M5 spring nuts down there. That was the piece that I was apparently missing ahead of time. Come on, you can slide down there. Here we go. Yes, but now I'm getting those started, and I'm going to say, okay, does this go on the inside, toward the inside, or towards the outside? Yeah, it goes towards the inside, doesn't it? Yep, goes towards the inside, and left side's under. Right side's over. Okay, so I need to spin this bracket around 180 degrees. No big deal. Certainly helps if we follow the directions right. And I'm going to use my block to get my piece nice and straight to the edge of the printer on both sides. Okay, so we're going to go back and forth. Now go. Now spacers. Now go and make something. Yes, definitely. Okay, so this is the. Did it say this is the right side? Right side belt tensioner mounting scheme. Okay, yes. So right side, we're going to have our belt tensioner bracket. And it comes with some, I believe, M4 bolts and M4 T-nuts, which I don't think we're going to use those hammerhead T-nuts. And make sure these are M4 by 12s, or if we need to use ones from the package. These are M4 by 10s, so basically the hardware that it comes with is useless to us. We'll just throw that back in its package and set aside for now. So we'll need M4 by 12. M4 by 12 button head bolts. And a couple of M4 lock nuts, which I know that we do have M4 lock nuts as well. We'll grab a couple of those. And this comes down from the top. And the lock nut comes in at the bottom. We'll grab our needle nose pliers to hold our bolt. Pick this up. And right now I'm just snugging it up because I want to try and make sure that I stay nice and straight. Once again, through holes are slightly oversized. So I want to make sure that this is nice and straight to the plate. At least as much as possible when I tighten it up. Okay, so the right side goes to the top. The left side comes in from the bottom. Okay, that makes me question something then. Because if we're doing it that way, then that tells me that this probably needed to be rotated over. So we may need to take this stuff out and rotate this side over because we won't have the pockets on the right side for the for those M5, D8, L8 spacers. A little bit of disassembly here. You're not a fan of purple. Could have fooled me. 2 from the bottom and 1 from the top. Loosen, not tighten. Whoopsie. Figures that was the one rail that wasn't pre-bent by Creality, so. One of the M5 rolling nuts went somewhere over there, so we'll just throw one of these in. Have to get it lined up, so I am going to let's go back and look and see if it did make a statement of one side goes one way, one side goes the other. Probably did, and I probably just boogered it, but quick fix. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why I thought all these things were purple. So all of the printed parts I did were in blue, but I'll redo them in purple. I think I got a couple of different types of purple here at the house. Okay, so back at it, we're going to put a couple of M5 rolling T-nuts at the top. Get those lined up. Now we're going to need M5 by 25. The M5 D8 L8 spacers. And we're going to come in from underneath. Go ahead and lock these in. Grab our other tensioner bracket with some M4 nylon lock nuts and the M4 by 12 button head bolts. And this one gets turned upside down, so we're coming in from underneath and securing it. What's Tech Keeper got up there right now, Liz? Anything cool? I mean, I know it's got something cool, but does he have a bunch of the Halloween stuff going on, or what's the current theme going? Oh yeah, yeah. I really liked mimetic stuff when I saw it. Okay, so belt tensioners are now on there. We'll say sort of like everything when you go to do them. I'm going to turn these all the way out so that the screw is just flush with the face of the inner bracket, so that basically you've got a full set of threads going through the inner bracket, but that way it'll keep them loose. So when you do your belt, you'll have your full amount. Now we'll mount the linear rail with the slider to the top frame with M3 by 8 screws and spring nuts and it must be centered with the extrusion. Roll back up here, and I believe the rails were pulled all the way forward, if I remember right. Oh, there we go. Yes, the rail gets brought all the way forward to the metal bracket on the right side. So let's turn this around and make it a little bit easier to do. So we're going to need our M3 by 8 and our M3 spring nuts. I'm going to go ahead and do 6 again like I did before, and I will fill in with my own hardware as needed. Okay. Grab one of our rails and we'll just lay it up there, kind of like pushed all the way to the front. And that way it'll help us align our holes in our T-nuts a little bit easier. Same thing as before, we're just going to get our screws started. This is more to kind of help with alignment. And make it so that the heads are below the top of the rail. Break out our alignment blocks again. Now I can't put the alignment block all the way down at the end because this metal bracket's in the way, but I am going to get as close as I can to that metal bracket when I put the second one in. And once again, we want it jammed all the way forward into the into our purple metal bracket here. So we want it moved all the way forward. So we got our side-to-side alignment. We've got it pushed forward. Now we're going to start snugging down from the middle out. And then come back in and start really getting it torqued. Yeah, I've been doing some Toys for Tots. I've got some penguins on Kyber Dragon right behind me. Well, that's going to be bad. There it is. So I've been running penguins on Kyber Dragon and on the Flying Bear just to continue to get print time on the Flying Bear. And it's been printing great. And like I said, I finally put some ABS through it working this project right here because I needed to do a couple of brackets for this, which I will now reprint in a purple. And I'm just doing a light coat of PTFE based oil on here. Once again, just to protect the rail so that it doesn't rust over time. Because I have a feeling that might be what I'm pulling off is the beginnings of some rust because they weren't shipped rather well. All right, 2 cups of coffee down. Now the left side, we do the same thing. We're going to flip this around. Just going ahead and closing these up because I can see myself knocking these off here in just a minute. And I'll be crying as I'm sitting over there trying to pick up various screws. Okay, next rail goes up here. We're going to do some more of our M3 spring nuts. And we're going to do 6. Same thing like before, we'll take our rail. Careful not to dump our carriage off. We're just going to line this up. Get our T-nuts lined up with the holes that we're planning on using. And we'll just rotate this over on top. Then we'll start putting in some of our M3x8 screws. So Westery, how are the horses doing? And how are you doing? Are you finally getting over your COVID, pneumonia, COVID stuff and getting your health back? Because I know the black was keying up on you being sick. I thought it was funny when you were trying to ride him that day, and he just kept bringing you back over towards your dismount or your mount dismount point. Like, yeah, no, you shouldn't be riding. Okay, so what I'm not seeing is how are we lining this one up? I guess maybe it doesn't matter, or we're lining it up with kind of in the same spot. And just eyeball it. Throw our blocks on here. And quite honestly, if we're a 0.5 millimeter off front to back on this, it's not going to be critical to the overall movement. Or at least I haven't had a CoreXY yet that was that critical in the placement of the rails. So need to see if I have any Halloween stuff left over from last year, if I need to print some Halloween stuff as well. Okay, so the Ys are on. The X gantry's built. For mounting the Y-axis, let's install the back components of the CoreXY system. Okay. So I'll have a P6, which is going to be a motor bracket. And we'll work back here on this side. And it looks like our motor bracket's going to be like this to that face. Let's see. Huh. This looks like it's going to be fun. So it looks like we'll install the... Now let's do the idlers first, and then we'll come back and do the... We'll stick the standoffs in and mount the motor, which should be able to go up in there without an issue. And what I will do for this is I'm going to lay this back here on its back. Before I do that, how about I put a stopper in here? Put a stopper in each one of these. Keep these from sliding down and off on me, because that would be bad. And the reason I'm laying this down is it will be easier for me to build the bearing stacks and then stick it in here, put a bolt in from the bottom, and then we can add the motor in from the bottom using those standoffs. I'm going to put this stuff away. Folks, give me 1 second here. I'm going to see if I can't dig out those M5 lock nuts that I pretty sure I have over here. And actually I don't. It was just in 4 lock nuts. Well, we will be doing a run to the store. Let me grab a few more of my M5 nuts over here. And I will have to be making a store run tomorrow to get lock nuts and swapping all of those M5 standard nuts over for lock nuts. Uh-oh, somebody doing, teaching somebody to drive? I'm going to take a seat here, folks. Okay. So bearing stacks. We need M5 by 30. Uh, 10 by or 8 by 10 spacer. 30s, 25s. We're good there. So we've got our plate. Let me see if I can't move you guys around here. So we've got our plate. Based on our plate, we're going to go like this into the front corner here. So we're going to need an M5 by 25. And an M5 by 30. The M5 by 30 will go there. The M5 by 25 goes on the squared off corner. Okay. For the M5 by 25, we're going to do an 8 by 10 spacer. The stems. A couple of our flange bearings. Turned, of course, to make our pulley. And another washer. Okay. The M5 by 30 side, we're going to have a washer. Set of bearings. Flange side down, flange side up. Another washer. And another bearing stack. Again, flange side down, flange side up. And one more washer. Okay. So this is our two stacks. Now, one's longer than the other. The shorter one here, it looks like the metal bracket that goes across the back actually has threads for, and then the longer one's going to go all the way through, and we will attach it with an M5 lock nut, or in our case right now, just a M5 nut. So we're going to set this over in place. We're going to get our shorter M5, I'll say, started. The other one, we're going to stick a bolt on, or a nut on. I just want to make sure that that's not going to go anywhere. And I will bring you guys over here to show you a little bit better what we've got going on here. So, outer edge, double bearing stat. It goes all the way through the bottom plate here, and we've got a nut in it. This is the shorter one with a spacer and a single stack. And it does not have a nut in the back because it is screwing directly into this aluminum plate here. Okay, so that's the one side done. Then we'll need to work on doing the other side. Well, we need to get our motor. And I'm assuming we're going to take the bigger motor, the 40 millimeter, name is 17. And we need to get one of our pulleys on it. And it looks like this one goes with the tooth gear facing down against the motor. And we will put some Loctite on these bolts. On the set screws. And folks, we're getting close to 10 o'clock, so what I'm going to do is we'll get this motor and the other side set up, and I guess we can probably, hold on, I was going to say call it a day, but let's go ahead and get the X Gantry put on, and then we'll call it for the day. And right now I'm just going to loosely tighten this up. I'm going to line it up with the top of the shaft. And just snug it up there. We will adjust as we go forward. It doesn't show me a direction other than this is most likely going towards the back of the printer. So it's going to mount in there like that because it's not in the shown corner. So I assume that it would go towards the back. We're going to need some M3 by 30 bolts. And we're going to put in 3 long M3 20mm length spacer. And this is another reason to leave the pulley bracket loose, is it gives us the ability to stick these spacers in there. Because one will go at the back and then 2 across the front. Hi. I'm just going to use my needle nose pliers to hold that, and that will let me line it up down there, or at least hopefully work it down in there. Come on. And of course. In the process of trying to get one thing in there, I actually undid these. So, yeah. See if we can recover it. Okay. Sorry about this, folks. I know I need to probably get you a different angle so that you can see what I'm doing, which right now is fumbling very badly. Oh, it's fun. So what I was trying to do was get enough slack in the M5 screws so that I could get the M3 uh, spacer between there so I can get it lined up. And once I get all my spacers in, then I should be able to set my motor in place and screw it in. So that's kind of where I was at. Just fumbling around to get there. We'll show you when I'm done here how everything sets up, but I'm going to need you to bear with me for a minute while I continue and do this other side, and then I'll flip it up and show you where I'm at. Yeah, that one's going to have to go down a lot. Right side. 25mm bolt with 30mm bolts. All right, Chris. Yeah, I'll see you Saturday. Like I said, I'm gonna be finishing up here soon myself. Need to I need to get my beauty rest. Actually, I'm still trying to get caught up from the show as far as rest goes. So, okay, our squared edge, which is our shorter one, gets a washer, a set of bearings. So flange slide down, flange slide up, another washer, and a spacer. The other side, washer, bearings, washer, bearings, and another washer. There's our M5 bearing stacks. We're going to need another few of our M3 by 30 button head screws. We need 3 of those. We need the other 3 M3 by 20 spacers. Saturday, coffee, 10 a.m. for the stream. And what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to go ahead and add my M3 bolt with a spacer. We've kind of got our stack made. And this is going to go straight into the back side here, hopefully without dropping everything everywhere. And once again, our M3 by 20 or 25 screw actually gets screwed into the aluminum. First term when you use the right size driver for them. Just heads up, public service announcement. And once again, all of these M5 standard nuts that I'm putting on, I will have to redo them with M5 lock nuts. I will go get some tomorrow. Okay, and we've got our 3M3 screws through. Now I'm just going to grab another motor and the other 22 GT2 pulley. In this one, the pulley goes with the fat side down towards the face of the motor. Once again, we're just going to snug it up. And the motor port's going to go towards the back. And in fact, I'm going to set this up so you guys can see what I'm doing a little bit better. So once again, the motor port is going to go towards the back. I'm just going to try and line up our holes. Snug them down in a crossing pattern. So this one is kind of close to, but not right over it. So we're only using the 3 bolts to hold it in. But since we're going through a, we're dealing with metal brackets here, it's not that big of a deal. We can really cinch down on those. We'll tighten these down. Tighten this one down, but we want to make sure that our bearings are still moving. Once again, these outer corners are the ones that go into the lock. Oh, goodness gracious. You guys need to yell at me. I'm like losing it on camera angles here. Let me rearrange some things, bring you guys in for a little bit closer look. Okay, so the outer two corners here are the ones that go into lock nuts. I won't be able to tighten them down until I put the lock nuts in. The inner two corners are the ones that screw down into the metal plate. Those should be pretty tight as it is. The three M3 by 30s mount to the, go all the way through into the motor so we can snug those up. And I'll bring it in here closer so you can see this pulley is up too high. It doesn't line up with these pulleys. So we're going to have to take this one and rotate it so that we can get to our lock nut or our set screws, and we'll have to drop it down some to line it up with that pulley. Then same thing over here. We need to raise it up so it's in alignment with the upper pulleys, and it's just way too low right now. So I'll work on setting those to the right height real fast. Shouldn't take but a few twists to loosen the set screws. And it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. We just need it to be close. And then we can get it to perfection once we actually put the belts on it, because that'll give us the ability to tighten things up, or well, move the motion system and align the belts, and then we can tighten things up. I've got one set screw over here that seems to have like a burr in or something, so I'm probably going to try and take this one out and replace it. Take that out and replace it. And that's honestly, unless the next thing that's here is to mount the gantry, then yeah, no, we're going to go ahead and call it quits for now, gang. I'm going to rub down these other two rails with some oil just to protect them. And this is where we'll call it quits for the stream. As Chris mentioned, we will come back on Saturday. I will work to print my parts out in purple versus blue, which shouldn't be a problem. Like I said, I've got a couple of different purples around here. And I'll try and get my my screw sets a little more organized to make it a little bit nicer and easier to work around. But yeah, let's go find somebody to raid into. Let's see what we got here. Jay's got quite a few people. Okay, Royal Nomi, have a good night. Anybody got any suggestions on who to raid into? Okay, Timur, take it easy. Kind of just coming up with like it's the Jang and a couple of other people, but let's see who all's online. Polymaker's online, Brit's online. We've gone into her a lot. You know what? Let's jump over to Zombie. Yeah, let's go over to Zombie. Let me get that set up. Okay. Got us started to go over to Zombie. Please go with me and heckle and harass him. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's probably working on a machine build like I am. Thank you all for being here this evening. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here this evening. We will come back to this Saturday and we will make a lot more progress then. And we should hopefully be belted and hopefully done moving by Saturday. So thanks everybody. We'll see you later. Have a great night. Bye all.